Good morning, welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, I'm gonna ask Dr. Baskin to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking us this morning. Lord. We thank you for safe travels here. Lord, we just ask that you be with us, that we, have the experience in meeting today, and everything you've done, glorify you in your kingdom. Lord, we ask that you, put a hedge of protection around us in the city of the state, Mississippi, always we ask that you shall be with us. Thank you.
The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions concerning these cases. At this time, we're going to start to my left with the introduction of board members.
Drew Calhoun,
Harley Walker,
Sandra Culpepper.
James Martin, Lawanda Baskin.
And just for clarification, Dr. Baskins is in for observatory purposes only as on the orientation. She will not be making any decisions in the cases today. At this time, I would like to turn it over to the Assistant Attorney General.
Good morning. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I am the Special Assistant Attorney General. I will serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. Today's date is December the 3rd, 2025. The time currently is 8:34 a.m. We are present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Richmond, Mississippi. I'll call the first matter on the docket, and that will be Darlene Olivier. License number R854424, case number 202518086, petition for restoration. Again, my role here, I'm the Special Assistant Attorney General. I'll be the hearing officer, and my role will be limited in the proceeding. I will rule on objections to evidence or questions raised by the parties. My purpose is to see to the orderly process of the proceeding, to ensure the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative proceeding. It is not a civil court or a trial in a court of law. So the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern those proceedings do not apply here. I may, however, use both as a guide in ruling on motions or objections. At this time, I'll ask for the members of the board hearing panel. I know they just introduced themselves for the record. And I ask the member that is going to serve as the alternate and who will not participate in either of the deliberations or decision by the board to identify themselves.
Drew Calhoun,
Sandra Culpepper.
James Martin, Harley Walker, and I am alternate.
And as mentioned earlier, Dr. Lawanda Baskin is present. She is in an observation role. She is not part of the hearing panel. She will not participate in the deliberations or the decisions by the panel. Also sitting at the table is Garrett White. He's with the Attorney General's office. He's observing this case and will serve as a hearing officer elected. Would the attorney represent the Board of Nursing identify themselves for the record?
Brandon Walker,
And the licensee present?
Darlene Olivier.
Okay, Ms. Olivier, you would put the microphone down towards your face.
Darlene Olivier.
Perfect. Everything is being recorded. The court recorder is taking down everything that is being said. If you speak clearly, answering questions with a yes or no rather than nodding, and the court reporter will take that. You have an attorney.
No, ma'am.
Since you do not have an attorney, I'm going to ask you a couple questions just to make sure that you're aware of your rights. You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today.
Yes.
You understand you have a right to present witnesses to testify on your behalf.
Yes.
You understand you have a right to present evidence on your behalf.
Yes.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses testifying for or against you. You understand you have the right to have the board issue subpoenas to compel witnesses or documents if you felt that you needed that. You understanding all this is your wish to proceed today without an attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have any witnesses here today?
No.
Okay, so you'll be testifying on your own behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, does the board have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll ask the court reporter to swear in, all witnesses, so if you would raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God? Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we have, exhibits B1 through B8, on behalf of the board, and then for the petitioner, we have P1, there's P3, we should have a hard copy of P3. I would also request, Your Honor, there's some personal information, I noticed we could seal those. before.
Okay, all right. Ms. Olivia, have you reviewed the board's exhibits B1 through B8?
I'm not exactly sure how to see what our B, which you identified as B1 through A. Oh, this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look through those?
I thought it was the same exact thing, I just don't have it categories to the letters. B1 through B8, that's what we're doing now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
The board plans to introduce those as exhibits today, and I need you to look through them to make sure that you are okay with them, or if you have any objections that we need to discuss. And while we're doing that, Mr. Walker, did you have any objections to P1 through P3?
I don't, Your Honor, they should be such and they're the same.
These are this information that I provided. It is, I see.
Do you have any objection to those?
Oh, no, I want you to have all.
Yes, ma'am.
It's information.
Okay, with that said, B1 through B8 will be admitted, P1 through P3 will be admitted, no objections to either one, under seal, because they contain personal information. Right. Since this is a petition for restoration of license, the hearing procedure will be a little bit altered from the, some of the hearings we'll see today. The burden of proof is on you, so you will go first. Both sides may offer opening statements. Opening statements are persuasive, they're not evidence. They're simply like a little summary of what you expect to show or what you're asking. Once the opening statements are concluded, then you will put in your case, any witnesses, you testify yourself, any evidence you want to offer. The board attorney may question you then the board hearing panel may also have questions. Once you have rested your case, if the board wants to put on any rebuttal, they may put on that rebuttal and you can't question any witnesses they put. Then, once both sides have rested, we'll have closing statements. Again, those are optional. They are not evidence. They're just a brief summary of what you're asking the board to grant or do. And then the board will go into an executive session and will deliberate and will render their ruling today. A formal written order will be issued within 45 days from today. That's a lot to digest,
It is.
isn't it? Okay, do you have any questions?
Yeah,
Okay, since it's your petition, I'll let you go first. If you want to offer an opening statement, you may.
so I graduated from nursing, I don't know how,
Again, you're going to be cross-examined or questioned, so you don't have to go into total detail. If you would, just, if you open statement, just kind of a brief what you're asking.
okay, so today, I practiced nursing over 8 years and, had a substance abuse problem for 2 years, ended up losing my license. After I lost my license, I went into treatment. 2 years, 8 months. I stayed into treatment, doing everything I was supposed to. The Board of Nursing gave me back my license in 2009. I presented all of my information. I showed my burden of proof, and was successful. When they gave me back my license in 2009, I had already been living in the state of Louisiana and Homer. 3 years at that point, I had already remarried, had a home, began a wonderful job. I was working with youth on substance abuse prevention in our community. I really dedicated my entire life to this cause. When they gave me my license back in 2009, I was told that I had to work in the state of Mississippi. High school and football, baseball, senior and in high school. So I was not unable, so my family and I go over the decision, what do we do? Because I was reported back my license, so happy. I had a great job at the hospital, that in the job that was requiring me to have a BSN, nursing informatics, not active license. I was doing the best at that point. They required me to work in the state of Mississippi. I lived in home in Louisiana. So I talked to board of nursing and looked at my dilemma. And I did all the appropriate channels of constant contact with, it was their record at the time. And told her that I guess I need to make my license inactive because I'm choosing my family over myself to relinquish this and just move on with my life because it was a family decision. And I did that. I submitted everything I did. I officially did it appropriately with the board of nursing, with complete honesty about what was going on with me. And so my license became back revoked because I couldn't move to Mississippi. I was only.
And before you get too much into testimony,
Is that testimony?
okay,
Okay. All right, so I am back today. I have had the rest of my life up until years and years of professional work that in jobs that require my BSN. I would like to go back into nursing. So I've contacted the board of nursing and I have been free from drugs 19 years. Okay, so I wanted to go back into nursing, so I contacted the board and I started the whole process all over again, doing whatever y'all need me to do. And my refresher stuff, getting prepared to re-enter before I have to retire. And, that's what I'm here today for reinstatement, to give me this another opportunity for.
thank you. Mr. Walker, you have nothing second?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Olivier is here today asking the panel to restore her license to practice nursing. As you've already heard, she has the burden to prove why the panel should grant her petition. She has somewhat of a history of substance abuse with the board that dates back, as you've heard her say, 2007, when her license was first revoked. According to that order, that revoked her license in 2006, she was taken to the hospital in Springs because she was unresponsive. The drug screen revealed that she was positive for amphetamine, meth, benzos, and she had VAC 23C. In the order, it also goes on to say that she was diagnosed with altered mental status and multiple sclerosis. She also admitted that she had used cocaine, marijuana, and oxycontin, Ativan, and ecstasy. Going on in December of 2009, an order was entered to restore her license. That order contained several drug-related stipulations, also included prohibited area of practice for a total of 48 months. In September of 2010, she surrendered her license. Also heard her say today, because she was not remaining in the state of Mississippi as required. It's been at least 15 years, according to the record, since she practiced as a nurse. So in considering restoring her license to practice nursing, we just asked the panel to consider how long it's been since she practiced nursing, circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, the conduct since she lost her license, and compliance with all the restoration requirements. And lastly, the public brief protected if her license is restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Oliver, now you can present testimony. If you want to give your history or detail, you may do that now. The board attorney will follow up with questions.
Um. So the first thing was about the length of time that I've been out of nursing. Before I even, but right at the time that the nursing board was giving me my license back. I started working at Terrebonne General Medical Center in Louisiana, in nursing and informatics. It required me to have my BSN. And I worked there for a few years, so I guess it would be a total of 8 years of nursing, 8+ years of consulting work. I traveled around, the United States during the time where they were doing the, moving from the paper charting to in the software charting with computers. So it's part of that, movement, and all I did was work with nursing professionals in the hospitals. I have been in the healthcare line of work since 2017. And currently at the moment, since I've started wanting to get my license reinstated, I wanted to re-enter the workforce. I took some time off to be with grandkids, try a little, business of my own for my hobby later in years, but, my re-entry into, orientating myself back into the nursing. I work at, Biloxi Memorial Hospital on the unit clerk. And in that, I've taken the last 9 months to live and breathe the nursing group. I'm up there with 5 nurses, 30 patients, up with the charters, and the telemetry monitors. I have done every single shift, every single day. The nurses talk to me about their patients. We review policies and procedures, that everything that they're doing, their labs, their patients. I'm not even sure of that. That's the floor that I want to, although my supervisor wants to hire me immediately. I've spent a great amount of time going, refreshing myself to everything that I could possibly go on. When the nurses are doing blood, I'm right there listening and talking to them, asking questions, and they are right there with me. Good way. So 9 months of deep, work on myself with refreshing. I've also, on my own, done 68 modules at the hospital, nursing modules. I do extra stuff at work. I've been doing this all year. I've done 50 CEU credits. I've, taken the, at the Highlands College, Highlands Community College, I've completed successfully the first part, the theory part. So the only part of the RN refresher courses that I have to take are the clinical components. So I've done, I felt very strong. I would never put myself in a situation where I think that I'm not competent for safe care. I'm absolutely sure of it. And my history of my consulting work was above my head every time I was working. Like I said, these jobs required me to have my BSN all of these years. And I worked directly with the nurses. I worked with physicians, training physicians on all their documentation in detail, what they had to do day to day. I have a very strong background and a strong knowledge. We'll continue to pursue, any kind of current changes and things like that. I've been doing that all in the last 9 months. What's been changing in nursing.
Yes, okay, close your portion. Mr. Walker, do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. You state for the record your name and where you're currently employed.
Darlene Olivier, Biloxi Regional, Biloxi Memorial, Hospital.
I think you say you've been there for 9 months. What are you doing now?
I'm gonna do the third. We're right with, in the middle of a bunch of, all the nurses right there, it's our charge nurse station up there. Telemetry station, it's one unit that serves.
And you were first licensed, I believe, in 1996, is that correct?
Yes.
So how long have you worked as a nurse?
I believe it was like 8+ years in total.
So is it the last time you worked as a nurse, do you remember the year you last worked as a nurse?
I think it was 2005. That's with direct patient care.
So let's go back to one of your licenses. On page 15, it talks about your own responses and all the drugs you're taking. What happened? Tell us why that occurred.
Yes, at the time, my drug use was about, going out with friends. It had absolutely nothing to do with work. We'd go out with friends, some issues at home. It was not a lifestyle I had ever had. It was just, a 34 to 35-year-old Tom. I was getting a divorce. All of the reasons I started going out. I was out with my friends on the weekend, having a really bad weekend, was depressed. And I did way too much. I went to the emergency room and, was honest about, yes, I've taken drugs, I'm here at the emergency room. And, then they reported me to the board person. It had nothing to do with any kind of patient, anything had anything to do with the job, on the job.
I think you said this, but when did you start using? You said around 35, is that correct? Or just, what, do you know, how long?
30, 34, 35. It was about 2 years. Other than the time when I was like a teenager, I have had no lifetime issue with this. This was not a lifestyle in my life. It's just at that age and that group period of my life, 35, 30, 34, 35 years old, that these were new experiences for me. I got married when I was very young. We went off to college together. My life, and I raised my children. So, I mean, there was no drugs. I have not had a history of long-term use. That's why my recovery was, because it wasn't.
So just for the record, you're saying about 2 years of your revenue, is that correct? In the order, I can't remember what page it's on, I'm not right there, but I think it states that your date of sobriety was April 8, 2007, is that still true?
2007?
I thought that
It's
was
January, I think, 2007.
January 2007. You said about 19 years, is that what I heard you say earlier? Then in 2009, I think you said it's already, your license was reinstated. Christian's only licensed for 48 months.
Right, I was living in Homeland, Louisiana. Came over to the board, they were gonna give me my license back, and I wanted it, I wanted to do everything, but I made the choice for the best of my family.
And you
That's what I did.
so baseline, and you said this already, just for the record, part of that order was that you had to work in.
Yes, that's the only,
You already moved.
I had been living in Louisiana for 3 years already.
So there is a letter on page 100. This is, I guess my concern is, or I guess my question should say. This is a letter you wrote. In the second paragraph, you wrote that it was hard to find a job because of your restrictions that will put on your license. Is that correct?
For the record, if you'll say yes.
Oh, yes.
And do you understand that that's the board's job is to protect the public? Do you agree with that?
Yes,
So do you think that those restrictions were placed on your license for a reason based on your history at the time?
yes,
And so, at the time, I guess you wrote this letter, and the thing your date was that, well, you said now January. So you've been sober for approximately 3 years, which is still a good amount of time. But is that correct as well?
yes.
You can elaborate. I didn't want you to go, nuh-uh, for the record. So yes or no, but you can elaborate if you need to. I'm not limiting you to yes or no.
So I guess where I'm going with this, if you haven't practiced in quite a while as a nurse, I understand you've been in health. Do you understand that it's very likely if your petition is granted that you would have restrictions as well?
Yes, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
Would it be okay, I understand you said it sounds like you have a job lined up.
My supervisor is ready for me to start immediately. They all know, everybody knows, because everybody's been working with me for these months to give me any insight, talk to me about everything, so everybody is ready for me to begin my orientation through the $100 that I can move to the next step if my supervisor wants to hire me. I don't know if I want to work there, but, she does, and whatever it is, I mean, I live in Mississippi now, I've been in Mississippi for many years.
So where I'm going with this is, do you understand that based on what may be placed on your license, that it may be a job that you have to take, not necessarily one that you want to take?
Okay, yes,
And so even though in that's something you're okay with, but I'm asking based on the letter that you wrote.
in 2017,
This
or
one,
not, I mean,
2020. And you said that it was hard.
what I think that if you're talking about the right thing, at the time, my family and I have a whole bunch of decisions, a son in high school, I have a new home, a new job that I've just started, in nursing informatics. Just got married. I then am trying to take on a full-time job. I was trying, right after I got my final order, I'm trying to take off days of work that I can't afford, I don't need to afford at the beginning in a new job, to drive 2.5 hours to where my family is in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. So if I was gonna go back to Mississippi, that's where I would go. To interview for a job. So I was having to try to have a home in Louisiana, comply with the board by going to find a job, because I believe they gave me like 6 months to, gain employment. That's difficult. At the time, the stigma, was, you're looked upon pretty bad, back that time. It was humiliating. But I still tried to find other jobs, find to get an interview. Yes, I have a restricted license and find somebody to work with them. When I finally would get an interview, and that was hard to even get an interview, but just me having the ability to go take off time from work to go interview in itself was difficult too. And I only was saying that to say that at the time, it was hard to find work over there and then try to meet all the demands that my entire family was putting on me. Like I said, the decision wasn't based upon me not wanting to do anything the board wanted me to do. It was all about the best decision for my family. I sacrificed myself there.
Okay, I understand. I just want, because your letter says that I'd also like to explain how difficult finding a job in the city really is. There are so many jobs that I could not even hear for due to restricted places I can't work. So based on that, the reason I'm asking is there's a likelihood that they could afford grant your license, but you would have areas you would not be allowed to work. Is that something you're okay with?
That's absolutely fine.
And I know you said you've been doing a lot of refresher courses, and even talking, like, with your job now, with clerks and nurses. Does it concern you the amount of time you've been out of actual nursing?
You would think that would be a huge issue, but for me, the years after the level of work that I had to do in the healthcare industry as a consultant and teaching it, no doubt. And teaching the day-to-day operations of the nurses, the workflows. Having to deal with upper education, nurse practitioners, physicians. My knowledge base was so deep, it is so deep, that I had to deliver some really, constantly dealing with things. I was involved with policies and procedures of the organizations. I have a letter from the president of one of the consulting companies that I worked at for 2 years as a consultant in healthcare. Gave me a eligibility for rehire from the president of the company. I was outstanding work. I threw myself into the success. These were all jobs that required me to have my BSN. So the knowledge stayed. And then, after consulting, I went and did, worked for 4 years at Coastal Family Health, where I was a health information, trainer. And it's just, from that point, once I started wanting to get my nursing license back, I needed to refocus back into deeper meaning of everything. That's why I've done CEUs, continuing education. I mean, I really put everything I could into, don't just read through, don't just get through, really try to get up to date on everything. I've spent the last 2 years doing nothing but self-improvement. Some things that I've shown you, like I said, I've successfully done the first part of the theory for honest college, whizzed right through it. But there's a lot of things that you don't see or didn't have seen that I've done to make sure I want to be ready, because I certainly don't want to get myself out there and I'm not ready. I am ready. I'll continue to move forward. I want to be successful just as much as I want to be sure too.
The last question I have, if you were sitting on a panel, what concern would you have about bringing your license? Is there anything that concerns you?
No, I don't, this time in my life, I get to make this decision, I get to do this for myself. I want my own goal to be met. This is something I've wanted all along. I've always felt like I've had my nursing. I've never really left. But I just want it to be, I want it to be official. I earned that. Feel like that.
I lied, I did have my question, I'm so sorry. I know you've been doing AA meetings, and you've been serving for 19 years. Is that something you plan to continue doing, or? Even,
Absolutely, because it's been 19 years. I started doing the compliance, the burden of proof for you, showing I'm in a book. I'll do whatever it takes. I don't really enjoy doing those meetings because it's so far away from where I am. I do all the drug screens. I have no problems with it. It costs me money and it's not an issue in my life. You want me to do that? I'll do that. That is not an issue for me at all. But I've done it for the last year and a half, just to show you that I will.
I know.
Does the prepared now have any questions?
First of all, congratulations, 19 years. So, just out of curiosity, what has maintained you these 19 years?
I'm Christian faith,
Your faith.
very much. My family, I have a wonderful family. I have 6 grandkids. That is everything. My family's always been one for me. I'm a grandma. It's not even a thought, you know. I mean, know that person. anymore. But I've given a lot of good information to other people. I help a lot of people, talk to a lot of people about this problem.
Thank you for that. And the only other question I have is the unit that you're potentially going to work in. What unit was it? Did you say it was
Med surg,
telemetry?
telemetry, or yeah,
And so is that your goal of where, because I hear you saying I may stay here.
they all want me, the entire team wants me to be there. I've got somebody already in line, ready to do my, when I do my clinical hours, I have my preceptors all ready to go. I picked the best and most, ones that will give me the best opportunity. Do I want to work there? I'm not sure. I like case management. I'm interested in so many different things, but I don't know. My supervisor sure wants me there.
I was just curious as to what type of facility you were looking for. So
I'm not sure, exactly, I'm just, case management, I don't know, maybe recovery. I just sort of see what's out there. I don't want to go into any ICU or anything like that, not at my age, you know, I mean, age is a factor and, all that's a laid back nursing job would be fine. Not say laid back nursing job, but I mean, like, it could be in a doctor's office, it could be in clinical research or something. Or teaching, that would be really exciting for me,
maybe your pathway then.
yes.
But with that being said, how have you done during your course at times? Because I see that you've already initiated it.
I
and you're
finished,
just waiting on the.
I'm finished, I did my therapy, I whizzed right through that, enjoyed it, lovely. And so then right now, what I have to do is 100 clinical hours. And I could not begin, of course, until I was granted permission to be able to do that. So I'm ready to do my clinical hours if you grant me this opportunity.
The only thing I'd like to comment is the only fear that I have with you, if this decision is made, is as you step back into the nursing field, that someone looks at you, you're well-spoken, you're able to articulate, all the things that you've done, and they go, oh, right, we can set her up and she's ready to go day one, right? I would encourage you that if this decision is made, that you ensure that you have a good orientation. Back
Yes.
into that you demand that from an employer, that you don't allow somebody just to, oh, well, she's done this for a long time and she's been in the healthcare field and she'll be fine, let her go, right? We see that a lot, and I would just encourage you just to demand that from your employers.
Thank you for that. But I also want to tell you that my supervisor and I have already discussed that I would, really like it extended over several months, and she's agreed. She's agreed to help walk me, transition me through as long as I need it.
You want to stay in Mississippi or?
I live in Mississippi. I've been there for,
Like,
oh, yeah, no, I'm ready. All my grandkids are right there. I'm not going to that house. Take care of myself.
Questions from the third panel? Right, you had any other testimony you want to provide? Does the board have any witnesses of testimony? Okay, so you're going to rest your case right now. At this time, we will entertain closing arguments. If you want to give a brief summary to the hearing panel, you may. It's optional. You don't have to.
Okay.
Okay. Does the board want to make a closing statement?
We would just remind you that, Ms. Olivia has the burden to prove why her license to be restored. And again, the factors to consider: how long experience she practiced nursing, circumstances that led to her losing her license, the ability to practice nursing safely, and if the public will take her license to be restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that will conclude the hearing in the matter of the petition for restoration. Case number 2025-1086, Delene Oliver, R. 85424. This time I'll entertain a motion, to go into closed session.
Make that motion.
Mr. Clinton makes the motion. Second by Ms. Clinton. All in favor? Any opposed? We are now in closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 254174D to conduct deliberations in current matter on issuing an appealable order of the board. Is that a motion? Mr. Calhoun makes that motion. I'll second. Ms. Clinton seconds. All in favor? Any opposed? The board now is in executive session. They will Back on the record, the board has executed executive session, and after the deliberations, I will announce their findings. The board has granted petition for license restoration with the following conditions. You will have preconditions that you must meet within 90 days, calendar days from the date of the order. Conference with the compliance officer, set that up today if you can. They will meet with you. You'll need to sign the necessary releases. You'll have a primary physician, nurse practitioner, support group sponsor for 1 year. And any outstanding fines that you have, anything like that, you must have. And then you must also, continue in education, complete the times refresher course, within the 9 calendar days you have before. After that's done, you will get a, restricted license for a minimum of 12 months. Conditions on those, it's going to be restricted. You'll have to have present and future employer notification, completion of the probation, single state license for Mississippi, employer reports, quarterly reports, indirect supervision for a 12-month period. You're not limited in your areas of practice. You do not have, any maximum minimum hours. Through notification of any failure to attend required meetings, A for a minimum of 1 per week for a 12-month period. You must abstain from addictive substances, drug screens, and that is periodic, announced, and monthly drug screens for a period of 12 months. Demand drug screens also. Notice if you fail to provide those. You must maintain the current license once you get the restricted license. And then any notification of any non-compliance. Any questions? This will be reduced to a formal order. It'll be quite detailed for you, but my recommendation is that you go ahead today, set up a meeting with the compliance officer, get that.
Okay, another question. So, in order for me to start the purchase courses, our temporary license will get granted that temporary license to start.
Your license is reinstated at this time with these preconditions. Once these are met, then you will get a restricted license.
After the license is finished.
The classes are part of the preconditions. So you already fixed, you're saying that you can't get the clinical side of it until you have a license?
They wouldn't let me proceed on until I came in front of the board and you guys granted me, I guess what we're doing now today.
Yes. I believe that is correct, but you've done the preliminary portion.
Oh, you
Just need to order.
Yeah.
Once you have the order, you can get it.
The order will be given to you within 45 days of today. I should have it earlier than that.
Okay.
If there's any issue that you have complying with these, you need to follow up your compliance officer and keep them in the loop.
Rebecca?
Whoever is going to be assigned.
Yes. Oh, okay, so I'll meet with you today. Can I meet with you today? We're gonna, I live 3 hours. We can do it in Zoom. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you had a name. Okay. All right, any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the next matter. Good morning. Today's date is December the 3rd, 2025. The time is 9:52 a.m. We are present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Fair Orchard Road in Richmond, Mississippi. The next matter on the docket is in the matter of Heather Van Story, license number P 341807, case number 2025-0609. My name again is Pamela Ratliff. I'm Special Assistant Attorney General and I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on any objections to the, to questions or the evidence raised by the parties, to see the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and law. This is an administrative proceeding, not a trial in a court of law. The formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that apply to those proceedings do not apply here. I may, however, use both as a guide when ruling on any objections or evidence introduced, but I'm not paying on the five people. I'll ask the board members that will hear this matter to introduce themselves to the record and to identify who will be serving as the alternate and will not participate in the deliberations or the findings.
Drew Calhoun.
Harley Walker.
Sandra Copeland.
John Patton, I'll be the alternate. And and for the record, Dr. Baskin is sitting at the panel table. Dr. Baskin is not a member of the hearing panel for this matter. She will not participate in the deliberations or the findings. She is merely hearing observation, orientation role. Also sitting at the table is Derek White, who's with the Attorney General's office, who is in orientation also, and will be serving as a hearing officer later. Will the attorney for the Board of Nursing identify himself for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee present? And could you please state your name for the record? Ms. Van Story, we'll pull that mic a little bit closer to you. There you go. And Ms. Van Story, I see that you're here by yourself. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions if you don't have an attorney, just to make sure that you're informed. You know you have a right to have an attorney represent you today. You understand you have the right to present witnesses and offer testimony today.
Yes.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents and evidence on your behalf.
Yes.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses who may testify against you today.
Yes.
You understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the Board of Nursing for documents or produce witnesses should you need them.
Yes.
You understand that due to the severity of the charges pending today, the outcome of the hearing could adversely affect your nursing license.
Yes.
Understanding all of this is that your desire to proceed without counsel.
Yes.
Do you have any witnesses that you plan to offer? Okay. Does the board have any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. Recognize.
I would ask, Ms. Van Story, you'll probably be testifying on your own behalf then, is that correct? All right, I'll ask the court reporter to swear in all witnesses.
Do you solemnly swear to testify you're about to give the truth and nothing but the truth?
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would introduce, a request to introduce B one through B 20.
Van Story, have you looked at those? Do you have any objection to those documents?
Would that be just those?
Whole staff,
Okay.
you're okay with the documents. Do you have any documents you plan to introduce? Okay. Hearing no objections to B one through B 20, I'll have those marked and produced in the record. Any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
Since this is a disciplinary proceeding, the order of the hearing will go as follows. Both sides may make opening statements. Opening statements are optional. They are not evidence. You do not have to give those. If you give an opening statement, it's briefly a summary of what you're planning to prove or what you're planning the evidence to come in. Once opening statements are completed, then the board has the burden of proof. The board will produce any witnesses or testimony they have. You have the right to cross-examine or question any witnesses testifying by the board. The board may then redirect. Once the board and the hearing panel may ask questions of any witness. Once the board completes their case, then you can call any witnesses you wish to testify. The board may also, the board nurse and attorney may also question you. Right? Once both sides have rested, then closing arguments may be given, again, optional, persuasive, a brief summary of what the board is requesting or what you're requesting. Once that is concluded, the board will go into an executive session and deliberate. They will render their decision today. A formal written order will be produced to you within 45 minutes. Right. From time to time, I might remind you that the board recorder is taking everything down. So if you answer with an or court reporter cannot take that down. And so I'll ask you, is that a yes or no? Or maybe we'll ask you to speak up. But if you don't understand anything, please let us know if you don't. Also, since the court reporter's taking everything down, wait till one side finishes the questions before you respond, and they will do likewise, so nobody's open talking. All right. If there's nothing else further, we'll begin with opening statements.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Van Story applied for a license in May of 2024, and because of her history, she was offered an agreed settlement as part of her license. You will see today that she signed an agreed order with the board on October 1st, 2024. That order required her to have an evaluation for chemical dependency and psychiatric evaluation. Any recommendations were to be included in that agreed order. She was also placed on probation with drug-related restrictions for a period of 12 months. It required her to drug screen, attend AA meetings, make employee reports, refrain from addictive substances, and several other restrictions that will also look at today. She's here today because she failed to comply with the order she agreed to. You will see that in December of 2024, her very first test was positive for amphetamines and methamphetamine. You'll see also that in January of 25, she again tested positive for amphetamines and methamphetamine. You'll see that she made it all the way to May of 2025, where she again tested positive for amphetamines and methamphetamine. You also see that she required to meet the required amount, to attend the required amount of AA and NA meetings for several months. She also agreed to them. Ms. Van Story was licensed for approximately 9 months before her license was suspended due to her not compliance. She was licensed essentially conditionally by the board because of the history, and she was proven she was unfit to have a nursing license. Given that fact that she has not been licensed for 4 years, we've had several issues with misconduct. We'll be requesting the final vote for license from Ms. Van Story. Thank you.
Ms. Van Story, would you like to provide an opening statement tonight?
Yes, I am, I'm really not sure what happened as far as I'm talking to Dr. Wayland, who is the doctor that yes. And I told him, I'm just taking my medicine, which I have to use. He said that was a possibility that person can't believe. I love being a nurse. I love my job. I love it. I'm an assistant living. And I was.
Thank you. All right, as I said, board has a burden of proof, so the board will begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Ms. Martin. Ms. Martin, you state your name or your current place of employment is. How long have you worked with the board? Will you tell, what do you do here with the board? Will you state for the record what that is?
I monitor and help nurses who are on the child workers.
And are you familiar with Ms. Van Story and her agreed order?
Yes, sir.
If you would you please turn to page 5, and we just for the record of the file that is.
This is, Ms. Mandatory life therapy.
And when was Ms. Van Story first licensed in Mississippi?
October 8th, 2022.
And then let's next look at page 8 and say what that is for the record.
This is the, complaints from Ms. Mandatory.
If you just kind of summarize what the charge is against Ms. Vanscoy and my complaint.
Yes, that she negatively influenced on this community violated of any order, rule, or limitation of the board of practice.
Does the complaint list any facts to support for the purpose?
Yes,
You just summarize what those facts are.
yes, she tested positive for amphetamines and methamphetamine on the 19th, January 13th, and May 30th, and then she did not go to her AA and meetings to be fired off from November to May.
Let's look next to page 47. You identify that for the,
This is your same story, final,
and you can tell us, when does it show that it was first signed?
October 1st, 2024.
Okay, and, on page 54, did Ms. Vanscoy sign its agreement?
Yes, sir.
So she thereby agreed to the terms in this order?
Yes, sir.
Turn back a few pages, page 49 for me. Do you see, the letters B and C there?
Yes, sir.
Will you state for the record what those are?
That she have any clinical dependencies, substance abuse violations, as well as the other psychological evaluation.
Let's look at page 80. Yeah, what's on page 80?
This would be assessment for, she has, and, substance abuse, this Emily said,
So this is the assessment that she was required to give her, or she agreed to give it as well, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. If you look on page 81. You said, how long did she tell the assessor that she was on this box?
She said that she was on the box from 2008 to 2019.
And she just quit?
Yes, she said that, she stopped all her in 2019.
According to what this assessment said, and what the assessor was told, what happened when she stopped taking medication?
That it led to psychotic episodes of incontinence.
And that led her to the arrest, like you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, flip over on page 82 for me. You see the second paragraph on page 82 there?
Yes, sir.
What did she say happened when she was not medicated?
The fact reported that when she was not medicated, she had a history of the following: depression, anxiety, symptoms, fatigue, poor concentration, paranoid thoughts, hearing voices, seeing things others don't see, irritability, mood swings, racing thoughts, panic attacks, and physical symptoms of anxiety.
Okay, what does the assessment say about her arrest?
The first episode in 2019, arrested for animal cruelty. The client noted that she was in a psychotic state and was hearing voices that instructed her to send it to them. The client stated she had ownership of it all and that he was doing it right. The second episode was arrested for disturbance of the peace. The client stated she had a vague recollection of this event. She remembered walking down the street and police stopping her. She was placed on the ground and the was when she was using the officer.
In this assessment, I see that the assessor had some areas of concern. Can you kind of discuss those for the record as well?
Yes, the client does have a significant history of mental health needs. The client will need to continue with medication evaluation as she is now stable. The client would benefit from continued therapy and medication intervention. The client does have a history of illicit drug use and opioid use. The client would benefit from individual therapy to better understand the primary mental health diagnosis and how drugs and alcohol use impacts your symptoms and medication. The client stated she identified her local NA to dealer of post in Mississippi. She identified her sponsor. The client will need to submit meetings, attendance sheets, 3 meetings per week every month. And the sponsor will need to submit a completion sheet. When the client completes the process, that word, your steps 1 and 2. The client will continue with the program for the full 2 years as required in the agreement.
And there was their diagnosis given after this assessment.
Yes, she has a major depressive disorder, we expect that psychotic features, recurrent. Opioid use disorder, severe and sustained remission, stimulant use disorder, mild to moderate, and sustained remission.
All right, let's next look, I want to look at page 94. You identify that correct?
This is the compliance affidavit with assessor recommendation.
Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, when after the assessor sends their evaluation, we need to see what their recommendations are and those recommendations to the client.
So this is what you signed acknowledging that those recommendations will be included as part of our order, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's look back at page 50. So this is back in her order, again, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just tell us for the record, what did number 7 apply that she did? The Roman,
Abstaining from the
and then on Roman numeral 8, what is that? The medical note is that to abstain from addictive substances and attend 3 meetings a week, is that correct?
Yes.
And she agreed to these terms that she signed, agreed to say, right?
Yes.
What about, what Roman number 9 saying?
Planning is drug screening. And it is monthly screenings to report positive screening and beginning of screening.
These are all. Right there.
Yes.
Okay, and then the last thing I want to look at for a minute is on page 53. Can you state what number 13 says on this degree order?
13 is non-compliant, shall include but is not limited to non-receipt of education and having successfully completed all required educational courses and or workshops on the board of due fairly including any terms of this ASP, any violation of practice law, and any violation of the 30
So if she failed a drug screening or failed a drug screening, had positive results or didn't attend her meetings, is that classified not compliant for her?
Yes, sir.
And did Ms. Van Story understand about it?
Yes, sir.
How do you?
Because we on page 58 is our compliance affidavit, and this is when we did our compliance conference, and we went over the final board order, the penalty part, and then we went over each paragraph where we talked and discussed each where she initial of what was required for the final.
This is from a meeting you had with her, not her board, is that correct?
Yes, it was held on October 24th, 2024, from 11:31 to.
On page 61, there was that one. You see letter F there?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell us, what that involves?
These are the drug screening comments, where we go in the, have three different ways to check in, which one she needs to check in, how to activate themselves. She uses this one for the she lets me check in every day, even when things are happening. And then she has learned here is live and
And did she, initially, she acknowledged that she understood this thing,
yes,
and specifically on number 8, on that page, did she initially do it?
yes,
Will you read that one for the record, please?
I understand, I found when you can all need all things.
And then on page 62, you just talk about what letter G deals with. and shows.
Yes, sir. This is now all the making prior to however, and this sponsor, she was to provide a primary care provision as well as sending out any prescription information and use and consolidated and if she can see it, notify me.
And based on this, was she aware that she had attended 3 meetings a week?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
She knew she could be done. State time.
And on page 63, we state what number 1 says.
The state time, this meeting is very compliant, and one of them shall be deemed as non-compliant, as stated in our order, and may result in a short part in the annual building disciplinary activity.
So based on this document, was Ms. Van Stewart aware of the requirements of that agreed organization?
Yes,
If you look, turn back to page 23, you'd like to identify that, if that is there.
this is like spectrum compliance and this is
And we tell us what this shows.
this shows all the tests that she has, we can, well, might continue to up until October 30th.
Okay, so according to this, when was our first drug screen?
December 12th,
December 12th or December 19th? Okay. What were the results of that test according to this document?
positive for amphetamine and methamphetamine.
Are you know if this test was MRA?
Yes, sir.
Look at page 26 then. Are these the results of that MRA on page 26?
Yes, sir.
We just, back up, for the record, we say where MRA is, so they tell.
Yes, we send this to our medical the officer, Dr. Vivian, who found and who reviews the positive.
And on page 26, what did Dr. Lugan say?
We show that to be reconfirmed methamphetamine and report at 93% and 7% found methamphetamine. This indicates that the new alternate type of methamphetamine was mixed. There are no RX to explain this, all participant and no certain of which can tested.
Go back to page 23. Did the first test when December 19th was positive? So when was the next test that you had?
January 13th, 2020.
What were the results of that test?
2027.
And on page 29, go to that. Is that the test that we just looked at?
Yes,
Was this MRI as well?
yes,
And on page 31, is that the mark of this test?
yes,
You again, tell us what Dr. Lugan said about this test.
yes. Spoke to her and the founder denies the use of methamphetamine. However, related that she uses her husband may be doing methamphetamine. It is possible that intimate contact with someone using methamphetamine can expose to them.
According to him, any contact, physical or positive, but end result was a positive test, that's correct.
Yes,
So at this point, she's had two tests and both of them positive, but also correct.
yes.
Let's look back at page 23. When was her last positive result?
On the
And what does it say the result, that? So she now had 3 positive tests in 5 months, is that correct?
Yes.
And out of the 9 on this page, she's had 3 positive, so essentially the third of her test is positive, that's correct? Let's look at page 44. On page 44, what does this show the results? Is it the test, the result of the test we looked at?
On 5:30.
Okay. And was this test also, you know,
Yes,
on page 46, I believe you have that tomorrow, is that what you said?
Yes.
What does Dr. Williams say on page 46?
participant return my call, immediately again to enter contact with the person who is using methods of evidence. Although this is possible route for investing, I cannot know with any certainty that it.
Pretty much the same thing you said on that, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let's go all the way back to page 8. Now, these have already been made to the record, but these appear to be messages between you and Ms. Vanstone.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the note that you wrote that stated 12/30/24 and that 2022?
Because you will need to call or email them for the meeting back because as it says right now, you are positive.
And what was her response at 10:40?
I thought it made sense to me an energy drink or something like that. I would stop drinking and just into that.
Okay, so based on this conversation, she thought it might have been here. Is that what you got out of that?
Yes,
Okay. And then based on notes from Dr. Lubin, it was due to infancy of the husband, but also correct.
yes,
So kind of looking back at everything, she's tested positive 3 times for meth, and according to her, she's denied it every time.
yes.
All right, let's turn over to page 113. Hey there. Okay, will you identify that for the record?
This is a month like application for the December 19th.
That was the first one.
Yes.
Okay. So what are these affidavits?
When any participant is not compliant.
Okay, so why was this one sent?
Because she doesn't.
And on page 118. What's this one?
This was an updated, non-compliant. Where it comes not only in December 2024, but also for January. 13th.
Can you tell us why she was sent updated?
Yes, our compliance affidavit has to be, approved by the compliance committee. So when you do, hearings like this, she has to be before we can run to the work.
Go back to page 8, on page 42. For the only issues Ms. Mansour had with compliance related to reduction,
No, so
what other issues did she have?
she did not, but we required
Let's look at page 130. You put in by this for the record.
This is an email I sent to Ms. Van Swilly, regarding her having
You just say what it's in that,
the good morning, Ms. Van Swilly. You are to attend 3 meetings a week for every month. You are being, you did not attend any meeting in November and December. You only attended 3 meetings for the whole month of January. And I still do not have your February meeting. Please increase your meetings to 3 times per week. And you have until tomorrow at 5 p.m. to continue with February meeting.
and this was dated, looks like March 24th, 2025, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So in March, you told her that she was not meeting the requirements of the order for the AA, is that correct?
Yes,
And we state for the record what we have on page 138 and 130.
yes,
On those calendars, that you turn in,
yes.
how many meetings did you attend in those 3 months? And on page 140, you identify that.
This is your January 2025 calendar. And she only attended 3 meetings.
And then, how many meetings did you attend in 25 on page 140? And what month is that?
February.
So far, we have 6 meetings since November, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then on the next page, I believe that's kind of in March. I mean, she attended in March.
She only attended 3.
So right now, she's attending, what we looked at, she attended 3 instead of 2.
Yes,
And as you already stated, she was aware that she needed 3, is that correct?
yes, sir.
So we need the months that we looked at, that she attended anywhere close to the member meeting she agreed to. So based on what we looked at, that she agreed with the terms of that study.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, then.
Ms. Van Swilly, do you have any questions for the witness?
GPS, working for the meetings, and I did it. So,
If you have any questions directly for Ms. Martin about the testimony she's just provided, you may ask them at this time. No questions? With the board hearing panel, have any questions for the witness? Okay. No questions for the witness. Is it going now to your time to put you wish to put on in defense of these charges?
I said, I'm not sure what housing you've been, but there's, I was expecting that it was going to be. And I've been there all that, it's been an issue. And I heard about it. Let's see. Just this. It's like, this one of meetings. I did slack on meetings, I went to, most weeks I did go through. Grabbed my sheets, signed it, several of them. Then the top, I'm pretty sure that signs the sheets and it's really out there. I was just like, it's just saying good probation. Or something. It's worked out where, I wrote my read. Girls part, you know, I made one work from a small child. Everybody knows everybody knows everybody in the business. And I mean, girls part is maybe. What I do. There was wrong. My children, my mother, the one that's living here, lives right next door to me. So she pretty much knows what I do a lot. And in my past, I did have experience. I didn't have some substance abuse, and I got on the spots on which is opioid or disorder use. I got on spots on it and to get off of other things. And it was on for years. And the doctor that was giving it to me wouldn't let me off of it. So I decided to cut myself off of it. And with maybe some psychotic episodes. And I got treatment for those episodes. And still take medication. And it's worked well for me. I've been good. In college, all that happened before I started college. College, I was working at Toyota before that. And then I went to college and got my degree, Toyota was my work. I'll do that the rest of my life. I wanted to be married, so I started nursing school when I graduated high school. And quit, so get married after. So I originally wanted to be. So,
Have nothing further at this time, that's the board attorney, he has in the process.
Ms. Van Furley, you mentioned you attended college. When did you attend nursing school?
I started in one. I started nursing school when I was 8 and I quit. I think everyone started my 2 years.
Where did you go? So based on what we looked at, you were just licensed, in October, maybe it would have made it for the year, right? Yes. Where are you currently employed now? What are you doing not there now? So since your license is suspended, so you're working at Country Woods, and I believe you said earlier, what kind is that a? And you were there, was that where you were first, when you first got your license, that on American License Pad? And so, we kind of covered this, but you signed this ASP as part of you being licensed, is that correct? Yes. And that was also based on some criminal issues that you had, is that correct? Right, and you did this assessment, that we looked at, as part of your ASP, which is. Once you look on page 8. You kind of already discussed this and said what you mean, but in your assessment on the bottom paragraph, you said that you said you want to buy them for 11 years, correct?
Yes.
So can you talk about why you were taking that?
I had gotten hurt, and had some back trouble, and I was working as a nurse aide at Country Wood. And it's on time field. And, it's hard to kind of build. And so, somebody just, the spot.
So, but that's only, the Plainfield is one thing that you've taken as far as, whether it's a drug or this kind. We don't need anything else.
I studied it, other stuff, but,
Such as,
you know, the way like that.
so you had enough before. Yeah. And then, so basically, if you just quit, I think you said this a while ago, you just quit taking Spotland.
Yes. And you're not supposed to do that, because
Right. So why did you do that? I'm sorry, you may have said this before.
I've been like that for a long time, and I tried to pay profit, so, I just.
I believe you said that, I don't know if it was pregnant, but you said that your doctor did not want to take you off of it? And because of this, according to what Mr. Seven said, you had some, and all that, some psychotic episodes.
It was kind of a shady from it, but I was going to, and then walking from doctor to doctor. Several times.
So what do you take now?
They found them on. What is it? I got it. They found and. Growing. And that's the only psychotic.
No, but let me ask you this, how long would you say you used meth before? You just said you had a TV, how long have you used meth? You have any idea? You know, when you're,
I've always tried it.
let me ask you this, I'm not actually narrowed down to the code, you just said 20 years, but when do you think your substance use first started? So page 82 of that section, it's on the next page. If you have several diagnoses and no important, I would say earlier, do you think you have a substance use problem?
I have a only substance use.
Can you elaborate?
An addict is always an addict. They have to be both involved. When we do look at what those are the Jesus. And we got to.
So would you agree that based on the test, the positive to meth, and what you just said, you have history in that, it does appear that you have been using meth.
That doesn't look good. I agree.
And you agree that you, according to the test results, that have also been MRO, you have 3 positive tests out of those, all for the exact same thing. Would you agree with that?
Very much yes.
So, yeah, maybe, either way, you have 3 positive tests, correct? And each time you deny abuse. So I guess my question is, you mentioned energy drinks today and Anthony Ms. Martin in email communication. Why not? At no point does it look like that was ever mentioned to Dr. Reagan. Why not?
I'm going to he said I was positive strength.
So he ruled out the right. Do you think you take accountability for those positive tests?
I suspect knowledge of abuse and
I guess, no, that's. Probably what it is. But you're responsible for the tips, correct? And even after you're made aware that you're testing positive, you continue to test positive. So my question is, do you think there's some accountability that we? The other thing, so it's on the one statement, it's like. The other thing I wanted to look at was the calendars. Now, you submitted these calendars, we have, I think they're on page 139. But those are calendars you submitted, correct? Yes. And we saw an email, that Ms. Martin sent you in March saying, hey, you're not meeting the requirements. Do you remember that? I did. Okay. So you said today that you attended more meetings. Why did you not fill those in? I thought we had to have them sign But you agree that what you sent in, some of them are blank.
I didn't know that I was supposed to start meetings in October. I'm sorry to be missing.
But Ms. Mansfield, you agree that you had a compliance meeting with Ms. Martin, that you acknowledged you understood it was under the order, correct?
Yes. Very quick meeting.
But would you also agree that if we didn't have a good understanding, because it's clear that you had been in contact with Ms. Martin, you could have contacted her, correct? And that would be your responsibility, is that correct? And so if you knew you had an issue with the calendars in March, did it ever occur to you to reach out and say, hey, I'm going to these meetings?
Well, I had seen them through the, they were calendar on the app. And I was checking in when I got to meetings, and when I went to meetings. And I was working, and then you submit your calendar at the end of the month, and I think that was it.
So I guess my question where I'm going with this is, if she's sending you an email in March that you're not meeting the requirements, do you think if you were, there would already be an issue? There wouldn't have been an issue, right? If it was working for you, you were checking, and going to.
Yes, I got you. It was, looking for money. You know, Jim. I'm thinking that. The picture with Jamie, and I bring my room, I get no one she's smelling it.
Let me ask you this, you were sent this complaint, the notice was dated June 12th, and so of this year. And it had on there what you're being charged with, correct, and pay date to consider that. And it tells you with eight calendars, that you aren't meeting the requirements. You see that? On page 8. Okay, so you knew then that there was an issue with the calendars. Did you bring anything with you today to show that you were going to meetings as you're stating now? So we don't have no
What I bring, I do my phone, to check in.
So we don't have anything other than what we have in the record to show that you attended the meeting, correct? Do you think that you comply with the terms of your agreed settlement?
In mind, that's not good. I know I've been missed meetings, I've been missed some meetings. I've been to some weeks. This one. Three meetings, because I did this meeting, I did Zoom meetings, they're very good. So I'm like, Jimmy, some weeks. I'm at three. I'm at three meetings. The governor gives. I guess that is my fault.
So you agree that you didn't attend another meetings and you had five, yes, correct? And that was an order that you got, that you actually agreed to, correct?
Yes, sir.
You understand today that, there'll be an order that you don't get an opportunity to agree to? At the end of this hearing, an order will be issued. You understand that you won't get an opportunity, that's an order that will be issued, whereas you. Or you signed and agreed something, you call that? And you agree to those things. My question is today, do you understand that they will issue an order that you don't get any say so? Do you understand that?
I don't mean that I really have no opposition.
Essentially, yes, ma'am. But my question is if you didn't comply with the terms you agreed to, why should they think you're fixing to comply with the order that you? In other words, if they don't take your license, let you keep your license and do your testing. What reason does this panel have to think that you would comply with an order you have no sense in?
Some for, like, some Jews. The problem of it. So, make terms.
So you were licensed for literally less than a year, so I just looked at the notice, and that was, excuse me, sent in June. You were licensed in October, so you made it less than a year before your license was suspended, correct? Do you think that based on your history in that short amount of time, they should have some concerns about letting keeping your license?
It seemed like it would, if I see my work history. And some of the work that might not have as many concerns.
So are you aware that the board's duty is to protect the public? Do you think if they let you, given your history, keep your license, that they'll be doing that job? Based on your history of license,
Based on my history,
where you were licensed for, in October, by June, you were suspended for non-compliance and positive.
based on that history, and my work history. And the job that I do. I mean, for that. I take care of my everything else. I'm a good nurse.
Do you think it's fair to say that when you signed that ASP, you were kind of given a chance?
I'm going, I wanted to give it a chance.
Why is that?
Well. Because I had to sign that pocket once.
Would you agree that that was based already on your history that you had?
On the thing when you're filling out your nurse license. It asks you, have you ever been arrested? And I marked yes. I have been arrested. It's for misdemeanors, but I'm sure on that. Yeah. And then I went in for detail to get the charges, get copies of the charges. Gave my medical history, line of treatment, still psychotic episodes, and all that. And then still haven't signed this agreement to get on this. I was never really given a license. The chance. Without signing this agreement that already have more recommend on. So.
And going by your assessment, you testimony today, you had a pretty extensive history of substance abuse. Would you agree with that?
Somewhere, yes.
That's, that's what you testified today, that you've had at least 20 years substance abuse history.
It's, I've tried drugs 20 years. I wouldn't say that it's. I don't go into substance abuse.
But based on your test results, you show positive.
Yes.
And so. Based on your test history, right? What good would it do to kind of allow you to keep your license and continue testing? If you haven't made it a full year. You haven't really made it 6 months, that positive. So what good would an order do that doesn't revoke the license?
There's 3 positive tests out of. I think there's 12 this, those 3.
Based on the-
Three of them. Right, about right, they're gonna sign an agreement with it. The first 2 tests come back positive. My was shocked. And. Talked to my husband. Those problems. And. Then they made it. And then. Me and him tried to work things out, and
My question is then for, if you're on that page 23, if you count from December the 19th for the test, the positive test in May of this year, there are 9 total tests. Out of those 9, you tested positive for 3. So again, my question is, if you haven't went a full year without a positive test, why should this panel think you can, another board is going to do it?
I don't think they said. You thought I tried.
That's my question.
Thanks for you need to take a little break. And the board attorney asked you some questions. Before I let the board hearing panel ask the questions, if you have any redirect or any follow-up on the questions. The hearing panel have any questions? Okay.
Right, so, Ms. Van Start, I do have one question, because you keep going back to the fact that you're testing positive because of your husband, correct? Why do you continue to remain humble if that is your issues?
Well, you know, own my home. My husband doesn't really work though. Like I said, we're sharing separate rooms now. And
So with that being said, you do realize the risk of you relapsing with a current user in the home increases your risk, correct?
I don't know for that. It doesn't use around.
So what assurances do we have as a board? Because you have been under us for 1 year. As Mr. Walker has stated, you've had 3 positive drug screens. What assurances do we have as a board? Because ultimately it is our role to protect the public. What assurances do we have that we won't continue to see these positive drug screens?
We have being more shots. I'm trying to separate from them.
So the only other question I have in regards to Mr. Buxbaum, because it appears this has been an ongoing issue for 20+ years. Why did you not seek out another position?
I went to a position with the club, and they, when I would say something about getting off the spot, some they would swap me to a different doctor in that same office. You would then lower the amount of spots on there that wouldn't take me off of it. They only accepted cash at the office. And it's very questionable.
So based on what you're telling me, you have been to 2 different facilities for physician offices that were very shaky.
Well, this is some of them.
Okay. So why did you not, seeing that you're saying you were having an issue with the Suboxone and that you believe you may have been convicted, why did you not reach out to get intervention such as an inpatient?
I was not going to my, quit things, not something. Apply for a year. The application.
Just for timeline purposes, you graduated from Itawamba Community College in August of 24. Is that correct? May 24? And that your first job out of nursing school was at Country Woods, and it's an assisted living facility, correct? And you were hired into a nursing role at that facility, correct? My understanding is that right now your license is suspended. What role do you have at Country Woods right now? So you're not working at Country Woods right now? Okay. If you were to get your license back, would you go back to Country Woods?
I would like to.
So from your perspective, would it be wise for us as a board to give you your license back, knowing your history of drug use, and send you back into the workforce where you will be in charge of handling medications? And you'll be around medications, drugs. Wouldn't that be a significant temptation for you?
It's not. It's. Handling medications.
How long were you? Say that again, I'm sorry.
I enjoy it.
How long were you at Country Woods working as a nurse?
Starting in October. I'm full-time again.
And when was your last day working as a nurse at Country Woods? Month. Did you ever work while under the influence?
You mentioned the 3 times that you tested positive, you were saying you didn't work on them, but so you would not have worked those days that you tested positive.
No, I actually was all every time I got it. Every time I got tested under it, I worked. But
Were you ever disciplined while you were there? That would be any reason? Just show up for work one day, I believe early, or.
Mr. Kaufman's question. How long you stay you work as a nurse aide with correct? So each day that you were working at this, Country Woods family as a nurse.
it worked.
How long?
2 years. It's been. It's.
So how long have you been a nurse aide?
I was never say. Honestly. I was never say for
5 years
making.
as a nurse aide. any point during your career as a nurse that did you have any issues with work as far as write-ups, corrective actions, the positive journal screens, anything like that?
You have any witnesses, anybody you want to offer additional? Okay. I mean, if it's your case, if you want to put on any witnesses, you may. You have any objection? If you want to call her, you may. Let's state your name for the record.
Paige Smith,
Paige Smith,
yes, ma'am.
if you would spell that for me.
PAIGESMITH.
Ms. Smith, would you, raise your right hand and let the clerk swear you in?
Do solemnly swear that the testimony that I give you the truth. I do.
Ms. Van Swear, you can ask any questions you want.
All the time. Any word?
If you put the microphone next to you, it's hard.
You're around me all the time, you can know your work, you say your part. And you say me in moderation, you say this. So. Can you tell them and along that I've been sober, can you and well, and more time for yourself.
Been sober for, I think about 4 or 5 years now. Could be slightly less, maybe around just 35. As she stated, I have seen her in addiction and I have seen her sober. And from a personal standpoint, I know for a fact that she hasn't even handled with any kind of medication other than what's prescribed to her. As far as her as a nurse, she's a good one. At Countrywood, there was another nurse that was on the opposite shift of her. And, there were multiple complaints about her. I cannot remember her name. There were multiple complaints against her from, staff on that specific rotation. I believe she did end up quitting. But to hear some of the residents up there, talk about my mom and how she treats them, how I see her treat them. She's probably one of the best nurses I've seen. I might be slightly prejudiced against that, but there are other nurses that go out of their way to abuse their residents or their patients, depending on where they're working. And, I know for a fact she wouldn't do that, not only because she knows some of the residents from her growing up in Manhattan, but she would just never do. She can't stand to have anybody be treated that way.
Any other questions for that witness? What any questions?
Just, are you nice?
I'm not, is that,
Do you work at countryside?
until we're, no, sir.
Here, Pam, have any questions? You live in a home,
I do not, I live in a house right beside my mother, so where there's very little amount of time where we're more than probably 20 miles apart. Um, but I see her constantly, I, to be quite honest with you, I don't know what I would do without my mom. So that's why I decided to stay there instead of move somewhere else.
No further questions for the witness. Thank you. So this,
I have one, for Ms. Mansour.
for regret,
Yes, based off what she just said. Ms. Mansour, what's your date of sobriety? That's talking to you.
It's in April of 2020. Relapse. About 2 months after that. And I decided I would write it down then. But my sobriety date. It originally was that.
But you don't have any idea what it is after that.
It was 2006.
so there are no further witnesses or testimony in this matter that conclude the hearing portion of it. Entertain closing arguments at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mansour was issued a license in October of last year. As part of Ms. Mansour being issued a license, she signed an agreement with the board, and she agreed to abstain from addictive substances and seeing the day that she failed initially to comply with that agreement. Failed her first 2 drug screens, and she tested positive for meth. In fact, she's submitted to 9 screens, and of those 9, she failed 30. Based on the calendar she submitted from the AA meetings, she made little attempt to attend those as well. We also heard testimony today that she admitted that she didn't attend the number of streets. Her testimony today that she had an extensive history with meth already. Or, excuse me, with substance abuse. And you've also heard testimony that she doesn't have a date of sobriety other than April of 2020 after she was left. She did not make it 9 months as a nurse before she was suspended for non-compliance and positive drugs. She's given the board no reason to believe that she can practice medicine safely. Her severe non-compliance in such a short time frame is all the evidence the town needs. Susan Ms. Mansour should not have a medicine. She's proving that it would be futile to put her back into the board order. Ask her to ask the panel vote for license to practice medicine. Thank you.
Ms. Mansour, you're closing arguments. You want to make one?
Or, would say that my, look to someone I haven't tried hard, and I've tried very hard to overcome the past. And I was working on it, not doing work on it. And it may or may not be fine. I really have, is, because you always have a chance. So I'm going, I got the virgins.
That concludes the hearing in the matter of Heather Van Story, case number 2025-0609. This time, I entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether the board has grounds to go into executive session. Happy to make the motion, second. Ms. Walker, next, second, all in favor? Any opposed? We're now closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code Annotated 2541-7 4D for the purposes of conducting deliberations in the current matter on issuing an appealable order of the board. Do I have that motion? Mr. County makes a motion. Second by Ms. Walker, all in favor? Any opposed? We're now in executive session. The board will deliberate and return with their thoughts. All right, we're back on the record. The board has exited executive session and after their deliberations, and I'm going to announce their ruling. The board has found, the hearing panel is found guilty of all charges, and their penalty is that your license be revoked with the following stipulations, for restoration. So if you have a revoked license and if you want to reapply for your license to be restored, you will have to met these certain conditions. There's no guarantee that if you comply with these conditions, that the board at that time, with the petition, will grant that restoration. But you will need to have this before you can be restored. Notice of any changes, evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse, prior to applying for restoration, and depending on what those findings are, that you comply with whatever they recommend. Psychiatric evaluation also, you must submit to a psychiatric evaluation and prior to submitting your application for restoration, with that written report provided to the board. And then you must comply with the usually they recommend. Submission of documentation, the following which are submitted with your application should you apply for restoration. Verification of attendance and AA meetings, documentation of 1 full year of sobriety after the revocation of your license. You must enroll in the board approved drug testing system, the Affinity Spectrum, copies of all prescriptions, any information regarding the failure to attend will be provided. Any information regarding refusal to furnish drug and blood samples, any information regarding consumption or use of alcohol, and any pertinent continuing education classes that you may take. Again, your license is revoked. This would have to be a stipulation for restoration. You cannot reapply until 1 year from the following date of the order. Again, adherence to the recommendations in the order, including submission of the documentation, does not guarantee that the hearing panel will grant a restored license to you at that time. Panel in its discretion may deny restoration and issue a restricted license or grant full restoration at that time, depending on their findings. Any questions? Again, a formal order will be issued and will be mailed to you at the address you have with the board, so make sure the board has your current address. Thank you. At this time, we're reading 1 ASP into the record, and then the board will break for lunch. So I'll take an hour for lunch. We've got students in the audience, and students, if you'd like to meet with the hearing panel, talk with them, photographs or whatever, you can do that after we break.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have, an ASP, Mr. Clay Lovett, who's on the docket for today. She's signed an ASP, the license number is R-88-065.
That matter will be considered during executive session along with the other ASPs previously read into the record. At this time, it is 11:30. We'll return at 12 from lunch. When recess. Great.
Good afternoon. Today's date is December 3rd, 2024. Well, the president of the board of election, located at 713 Smith Avenue, Mississippi. Call the next matter on the docket, which is case number 2025-0850. Licensee Hope Lambert. License number R 896-921. My name is Darren Wyatt, I'm the special assistant county officer here in my role during the course is exceeding the vote on objections, questions, statements. Also to see that the orderly process of proceedings and ensure that proceedings are conducted according to the applicable law. This is an administrative and non-court law. So the formal rules of evidence specific procedure typically deal with trials by the judge according to that do not apply. I may have to use both of those specific procedure to guide ruling objections or other consent votes, but I'm not bound by either. At this time, I will ask the board to enter the system.
Drew Calhoun.
Sandra Brookhover.
James Martin. Probably don't think I'm all.
It appears, let the record reflect, that it appears the licensee, Hope Lambert, is not present. At this time, I'll ask the board attorney to briefly provide a summary of the notice of hearing provided to the licensee and state whether or not the licensee is offered the reason for their failure to appear.
In the exhibits that we plan to submit to the board, B5 is a copy of the notice of hearing and complaint that is dated for August 4th, 2025. And has a notice dated Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. That notice of hearing and complaint reflects a Hope Ann Lambert at her home, along with the order suspending her license. The green card acknowledging receipts was signed for on or about August 9th, 2025. And as of 12/31, when I checked the sign-in sheet, Ms. Lambert had not signed in. She has also not been email or provided any further correspondence as to why she is not present today. So we believe that we have met the other requirements.
It appears that the licensee was provided statutory notice of today's hearing. And it's appearing that the licensee has not provided the reason for the absence of the requested opinion. Therefore, the hearing will proceed notwithstanding the respondent licensee absence. Are there any witnesses that
Yes, Director Leslie C.
That's right. Yes. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Are there any preliminary matters that?
Yes, at this time, we ask that B1 through B11 be admitted into the record.
The one, the, what was the rest of it?
11.
11. All right, thank you. All right. And then proceed.
I would also ask that I forego my opening statement and receive my consent sheet.
Sure. Let's give that a shot.
Now, will you please state your name and current place of employment for the board?
Name's Leslie C. and I am the Director of the Office of Nursing Workforce in Mississippi Nursing Homes. And how long have you worked for the board? Since August of 2003.
And what is it that you do?
I'm the director of the Office of Nursing Workforce as well as the Mississippi Nursing Homes.
I think I already asked you, but my apologies. Will you explain what the, Mississippi Nurse Volunteer Program?
The Nurse Volunteer Program is designed to support nurses and nurse applicants in their journey through recovery from substance use disorder as well as qualifying mental health conditions. It's an alternative.
It brings alternatively to MSDN two. And identify that document program.
This is a licensure document for Ms. Holcomb and member.
And when was this lady first licensed today?
She was first licensed as a certified hemodialysis technician in February 18th of 2010. And subsequently licensed as a registered nurse, May 29th, 2015.
Okay, please turn to MSDN five. And tell us what it reflects about this lady office.
This shows that she was a participant in the alternative to discipline.
Okay, and if that's synonymous with the MAB program, yes. And please turn to page 6 and identify that.
This is a notice of hearing.
And today, here's okay.
Hope Deanna language.
And what is the date of notice?
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025 at 8:30
And what is the date of the notice?
August the 4th, 2025.
Now, please turn with me to page 7. And what is the date?
This is a complaint.
And what are the charges that typically is discovered?
Charge 1 is responding as negligently or willfully violating the rule, order, or regulation of the Board of Nursing, the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Charge 2, responding engages in non-professional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely any non-compliance with the monitoring agreement or unsuccessful termination from the program is considered unprofessional conduct and is in violation of the rules and laws regarding practice nursing and may be used to support any future disciplinary actions. Charge 3, respondent is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs or is a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamines, hallucinogens, or other drugs having similar effect or having misappropriated any medication. Charge 4, respondent engages in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or mood altering substances as evidenced by positive screen for alcohol and illegal substance or unauthorized medication.
Now, this is the complaint lists, any facts to substantiate those charges.
Yes.
Can you please read or something like that for the benefit?
Okay, on or about April 30th, respondent voluntarily signed an NMDP eligibility agreement with the board. And that agreement, the respondent agrees to abstain from alcohol or illicit drugs. She also submitted an NMDP pre-intake packet in which she admitted to using methamphetamine. In her packet, she admitted to using methamphetamine previously and reportedly stopped after the birth of her child. And according to her assessment dated May 1st, 2024, she had been clean for 12 years, but she consumed alcohol and used methamphetamine in both January and March in 2024. And on or about May 10th, she signed an NMDP monitoring agreement coming into the program. In that agreement, the respondent agreed to practice total abstinence from any alcohol, controlled substances, or illicit drugs. And on or about June 17, 2025, this respondent tested positive for methamphetamines and amphetamines. The respondent admitted to the use of methamphetamines and the results were sent to the medical officer. And on or about June 23rd, the respondent was instructed to cease nursing practice and have an evaluation completed. On or about July 9th, the respondent informed the case manager in writing that she wished to withdraw from the program. And further, that the respondent will not leave the state to be required to perform an evaluation. A Zoom meeting was set with that respondent to discuss the next steps. She does appear that the six.
Now, please turn with me to page 9. and identify that document.
This is an order suspending the license.
What is the date of signature on this one?
August the 4th, 2020.
Page 10, and identify it.
This is a green card showing receipts, delivery.
And is this document signed? Yes. And what is the date of signature?
August 9th, 2025.
Now let's move to MSBN 13. Please identify that document for the record.
This is the MVP, eligibility agreement is part of the.
So we give the board panel, a little bit about the pre-intake packet and the process for entering MSBN.
The pre-intake packet is a set of forms that we use to allow the participants, the potential participants, to provide us with their medical history, their background, licensure information, and we use it as a screening tool. To become a participant in any of the steps are typically have a self-report, pre-intake packet is completed. From there, we would look at pre-eligibility. They need pre-eligibility guidelines, move on to have the evaluation completed. If the evaluation shows that they are fit for duty, we will move forward with continuing the actual intake visit and hopefully we want to be sign them.
Now, is this document signed?
Yes.
Turn me to MSBN 15. And what, if anything, did Ms. Lambert list, as substances used or abused?
Methamphetamine.
And did she report having any treatment for, substance use or abuse at that time?
And the time is on this day.
Now, turn to MSBN 16. And would you please summarize Ms. Lambert's, statement for the record?
Later, as a young adult, she used methamphetamine and that she stopped after the birth of her child. She had no excuse as to why she chose to partake in that and decided that she wanted to be forgiven and allowed the opportunity to prove that she was able to be a nurse and was the only thing that she would ever desire to do.
And did she find this document? What's the date of signature?
April the 30th, 2020.
Next, turn with me to MSBN 18. And identify this document.
This is the MVP monitoring agreement.
Okay, so what's the purpose of the monitoring agreement? I know we briefly discussed the pre-intake package.
So the monitoring agreement is a formal and individualized plan that outlines the responsibilities and expectations that the participants will adhere to during the program. It also lists abstention expectations as well as drug testing frequencies, and it lays out the length of the terms of the contract.
So at that time, Ms. Lambert had been accepted into the MVP program. And when did Ms. Lambert execute this agreement?
It was executed on May 10th, 2021.
And in order to be in the MVP program, licensees have to agree to certain terms and conditions of work. Correct. Would you please summarize the section on page 18 regarding abstention?
The nurse will practice total abstention from any uncontrolled substances, alcohol, illicit drug use. It says that if they have any mental health conditions that would be interfere with mental health provider, that they prescribe any potentially addictive medications, they have to be prepared in addiction wages. If there's ever any dental or medical procedures that require the use or the prescription of any narcotic substances or controlled substances, they report that information to immediately, and that the provider would have to submit a medication recommendation.
Now, did Ms. Lambert agree to the abstention terms? And I see, that this particular provision is initial. Are those, whose initials are initialed by the abstention?
The participant will be.
Please turn with me to MSBN 19. And would you briefly summarize the paragraph regarding drugs?
It sets out regarding the drug frequency, about the amount of times that they would be expected to test per year. It outlines that they're expected to check in daily. That is how they are notified whether or not they will be selected for drug testing on those days. Once they're selected for testing, they would have to report to the approved testing facility and, report for a certification. It also notifies them that any and all costs related to drug testing is responsibility of the agency.
And if Ms. Lambert agrees to those terms and conditions, well,
Yes.
can we move to, page 21? And what was the length of Ms. Lambert's, MMUP agreement?
The rent was for 5 years with the review to be released.
Is that a standard length of time or does it vary?
It varies, if there's diversion involved, 5 years is typically. There's no diversion.
Now, also on page 21, is there a paragraph that addresses termination or, program completion?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It pretty much lays out what is expected for them to be able to, successfully complete the program. Any withdrawal, any type of, unsuccessful completion would, any non-compliance, I apologize, any non-compliance could, warn them to do.
In this agreement, does it inform participants that, any non-compliance, including a positive drug screen, has consequences? And, Ms. Lambert did agree and sign this license. Please turn to MSBN 25 and identify that document.
This is an assessment.
Okay, and what's the date of this assessment?
May 5th, 2024.
And who's the client listed?
Hopefully.
Now, under the substance abuse history, what did Ms. Lambert report in this assessment?
Methamphetamine.
I think we should actually read at the bottom of the page, where it starts in the substance abuse history.
Ms. Lambert stated, as a young adult, I smoked meth. I wasn't addicted and I quit when I got pregnant with my son. He's 16 now, and other than that, I've been clean up until this past year.
Now, turn with me to page 32. And identify that document.
These are the recommendations in that evaluation of the.
And what were the recommendations?
The provider recommended that Ms. Lambert continue working in the medical field, protect the immediate lane. It was also recommended that she attend and complete individual immediate counseling sessions for the person with anxiety. Also encourage psychoeducation regarding the effects of alcohol as well as substance use. In addition to self-management and decision-making and coping skills, the person has known in outpatient mental health facility or private practice for a minimum of 6 sessions.
Were there any other, recommendations?
He also said that, due to her situation, he suggested that she refrain from food, beverages, of unauthorized medication, given forth by NEP and or medicine that could contain any substances that may trigger positive.
Now, did Ms. Lambert initially comply with MMPP's, terms and assessment recommendations? Also, what happened with this?
From the time that she was one of the people. So from about May the 10th, which is when she signed the agreement, up until about May 10th, 2024. Up until around June 17th, 2025, she tested. On that June 17th, 2025, during drug screening, she tested positive for amphetamine as well as methamphetamine.
I want to turn your attention to MSBN 40. And is this the test history that you were referring to? And so from your own testimony, she tested negative from May 24th up until June 2025, correct? Now, was she tested again after, June 17th?
She had a notice to appear for a test, but she was in motion.
The drugs, the positive drug screen, was it MRO though?
Yes.
Okay, could you please turn to MSD and 41 and identify this document for the record?
This is a medical review officer determination.
Okay, and what was that determination?
To determine that she was positive for amphetamine as well as amphetamine.
Now, please turn to page 43. Can you explain the notes history, and what these notes are in
These notes were entered by Dr. Meredith, who is the medical review officer for Spectrum Affinity. On 6/23, he stated participant returned my call and admitted to the use of amphetamine. He said that that was always compatible with the history.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn back to page 39. This is by the document.
This is another non-compliance.
Please summarize the context.
This is when I reached out to the participant in regards to receiving that positive notification for amphetamine. Reached out, let her know that she had tested positive and she was to cease nursing practice immediately. Upon cessation of nursing practice, she needed to notify her worksite monitor and an evaluation needed to be completed prior to her return to work. Once that evaluation is completed, it showed that she was fit for duty and approved the treatment.
Would you explain the evaluation process, following a positive drug screen?
Yes, so whenever we have a positive drug screen, we notify the participants immediately upon receipt of those positive results that they are to cease practice. Upon ceasing practice, they have to follow up with a board approved assessor. And go back, let them know the conditions as to why they're reporting back. And the intent is to see whether or not they're fit for duty, whether or not there's any additional treatment that they need to refer for.
And this non-compliance letter, was it signed?
It was,
By whom?
hopefully,
And what was the date of signature on that?
June 23rd,
Did you or your staff speak with Ms. Lambert regarding her non-compliance and the next steps after she received this letter?
yes, I spoke with a person.
Please turn to page 48 and identify that document.
These are the participant notes from section.
And will you please summarize these notes for each entry and what does each note?
So they started when we received that positive notification came through as an alert in Spectrum. And I attempted to reach her 3 times by phone. I was able to give her some positive employment, asked her what monitor she was there. They said that she was not in at the time. From there, I reached out to her emergency contact. Speaking of her emergency contact, they said that they would reach out to her and have her return the call. I spoke with her after she had spoken about the religion and reported that she had, she needed to use it. So when I spoke to her, I let her know that she needed to cease practice, immediately, like a worksite monitor. And evaluation needs to be completed with what she was doing before she was to return to work.
What was her response? You get ordering her about the evaluation and return to work plan.
She just had the last minute to say that she could.
Now, at any time, did you have any follow-up communication with Ms. Lambert, after the Spectrum, compliance?
Yes, she reached back out on July the 9th and sent a message via Spectrum saying that after much thought, she decided it was best for her to withdraw from the program. She understood that it would result in her being turned over to the board and no longer being an alternative that this program. She didn't want to be part of it. She said she could not afford an evaluation and she did not need to spare. She had to have an evaluation completed. She referenced something in the handbook regarding first positives and what her thoughts and expectations were. And so after that, I attempted to reach her to speak to her. She could not reach her for some time.
found out what her, we decided to set the Zoom call to be able to discuss. Set the Zoom call, she messaged me the day of, saying that she could not make that meeting, she was not held. She rescheduled it to the date and time that worked best for her, and then she said that we did the Zoom call and stay with me an hour. She did not want to, since then, she seeks out.
So we turn to MSD and 53 and identify that document for the record.
This is documentation, regarding her request for withdrawal. If you, were unable to contact her for signature.
Based on, your record and your, dealings with Ms. Lambert, has she been compliant with her monetary agreement? And, under part 2826 of the admin code, non-compliance or termination is unprofessional conduct. Activity.
Yes.
Just one question for you. The message is page 48, packet. The Ms. Lambert indicated that it was in the handbook that the first positive testing would be increased and possibility of extending my contract. Is that in the handbook? Is there any? What is she referencing is what I'm asking.
I'm not sure what she's referencing, however, in the monitoring agreement, it states that any unauthorized use of medications is
So your testimony is that that statement from her is incorrect.
Just a brief closing, if I may. No comment, I'll thank you for it. As you've seen, we have presented clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Lambert is guilty of the charges outlined against her. She is charged with violating 4 provisions of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. It also states that any termination or any non-compliance is unprofessional misconduct, and that's also a violation of your rules and regulations. So there's no question of her guilt. The question before this panel today is, this was discipline that you were rendered against Ms. Lambert. The panel has the authority to take whatever disciplinary action that is appropriate under these circumstances, and we ask that you do so in this manner. No problem. Appreciate it. Oh, did you have? Yes.
My question is going to be about due process. Okay, so I see where she received a notice of hearing on, is it B5, exhibit B5, that would be page 6.
Yeah.
I see where she's received a certified mail, that would be page 10. Can you clarify the board's expectations on certified mail? The 2 names that are listed that are signed are not, is not Copeland. So what's the board's expectations when certified mail is sent back or received?
Notice is met, our verdict is met with a person over the age of 18 or anyone from that residence can sign and return receipt for certified mail. So we believe that we met the burden in this case because someone at her residence that we sent receipt is out.
Is the state prepared to go forward with the rest?
Yes, I would probably need 3 minutes to retrieve my medicine.
Please come to the next. Case number 2022-02-7. Smith. License number P 315-377. I'm going to introduce myself, I'll go through this again, from the record. And Eric White, the assistant attorney general, who served very much today. I'm going to report to see what they did on the day. And evidence questions. Once you see that there were a process of proceedings, to ensure that the proceedings. This is your administrative hearing. This time.
Sandra.
Drew Calhoun, and I'll be serving as alternate.
Alexis Norris.
Let the record reflect that the Wednesday statement not present. At this time, I'm asking the board of attorney to provide a summary of the notice of hearing by the license agent. And state whether or not the license agent is authorized here.
We plan to introduce everything next on B5, which is a copy of the notice of hearing. Every section Wednesday proceeding, Purpose Smith, and the address, listed on in the board's website. That notice was dated April 18, 2025, with a notice hearing date Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025, at 8:30. On MSBN 10, we received the notice of hearing and complaint was returned to the board. We sent a second notice of hearing and complaint to Ms. Wilson Smith at another address that was listed with the board. That notice of hearing was sent on or about May 9th, 2025, with a notice date of Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025, at 8:30 a.m. That second notice of hearing, a complaint was returned to the board office, and stamped on or about June 12th, 2025. As a result, the notice of hearing and complaint was published in a newspaper in Stalin County on June 4th, 2025, June 11th, 2025, and June 18th, 2025. For 3 consecutive weeks in the newspaper of the county in which Ms. Smith resides. As a result, we believe that we has met the notice requirement sufficient for this case.
It appears that the license allows after the hearing. And I'd like to see it the reason for their absence. So, given that situation, we will proceed with the hearing.
Yes, we would ask that B1 through B10 be admitted into the record, and the exhibits under seal because they do contain patient information. Yes, investigators and knowledge. You solemnly swear that the testimony about the truth and So we're going to open statement to see the practice. Thank you. Please state your name again and correct place of employment for the record.
Wanda Jones, place of employment, the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked with it?
I've worked with the board for 8 years.
And are you familiar with the investigative process of this board? And are you familiar with this case 2022-0297? If you would please take a look at what has been marked in Exhibit B2 MSDN 2, and identify the documents.
Yes, exhibit B2 is a license verification page.
Okay, and who is this for?
This is for Wesley Christine Smith.
And when was Ms. Smith first licensed in Mississippi?
She was first licensed August 27, 1998.
Now, please turn with me to MSDN 7 and identify the document for the record. It's already marked as Exhibit B5.
Exhibit B5 is notice of hearing dated April 18, 2025.
And whose name is listed on this one?
Wesley Christine Smith.
And what is the date notice in this?
The date, on here is Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
It will please turn to page 8. And identify the document.
Page 8 is the complaint for Wesley Smith.
And are the charges listed against Ms. Smith?
Yes, there are charges.
So please read those charges.
Charge 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the person under the licensing care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent has failed or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on a record.
And are there facts listed to substantiate the charges?
Yes.
Please read those as well.
The respondent was employed at the Blake at Biloxi, in Biloxi, Mississippi from, on, or about February 14, 2022 until on or about April 14, 2022. When she verbally tendered her resignation, respondent resigned after she was informed that she would be suspended until the facility completed its investigation regarding respondent and the medication error for patient CH. On or about February 13, 2022, the respondent documented administration of medication on patient CH. However, the prepackaged medication dated February 13, 2022 was found on the med card. On or about April 18, 2007, the respondent surrendered her license after she admitted to diverting narcotics and calling in unauthorized prescriptions. The respondent's license to practice nursing was restored on or about May 13, 2016, and the stipulations were removed from her license on January 23rd, 2019.
Please turn to page 2 and divide it up.
Page 10 is a envelope that was addressed to Wesley Smith, but it was returned to the sender on April 21st, 2025.
Please turn to page 11 and identify the document.
Page 11 is a second notice of hearing for Wesley Smith dated May 9th, 2025.
What is the date of the notice for the hearing and date and time for it?
The date and time for the hearing was Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Now, identify the document.
Page 14 is an envelope addressed to Wesley Smith, and it has a sticker that says return to sender and it was received at the Board of Nursing on June 12th, 2025.
MSBN 15,
MSBN 15 is a proof of notification.
and what paper was the notice published?
Stone County Enterprise.
And what are the dates of publication?
The dates of publication are June 4th, 2025, June 11th, 2025, and June 18th, 2025.
Turn to MSBN 18. What has been marked as B6 and identify it.
Exhibit B6 is an email from the executive director of the Blake at Biloxi. And the subject is Wesley Smith. And the email is to the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Who is the email from?
Sandra Fairley, the executive director.
And please summarize this statement for the record.
This email is writing to, to file a report regarding Wesley Smith. She was it goes on to tell that she was an employee at the Blake from 2/14/2022 until 4/14/2022. She was employed there as an LPN, and it was noted after an incident with a resident not receiving his prescribed medication, and he experienced some symptoms that were stroke-like. The incident shows that the patient did not receive the prescribed medication. It was determined that the nurse signed out the medications as given on 4/13/2022 at 5:57 p.m. and they were scheduled for 4/13/2022 at 5 p.m. The medications prepackaged were found on the medication cart on 4/14/2022.
I need to read from this email, starting with the phone in that first paragraph.
Last paragraph, the last sentence of the first paragraph, and it's upon an audit of the chart, it was noted that the other medications for other residents were found in the medication cart from a few days prior that had been previously signed out on the EMR by the same nurse.
In that next paragraph, it refers to the resident by name, but we refer to resident CH, resident CH for the record. Will you please read that first sentence for the record?
Yes, it says, resident CH has a diagnosis of AFib and HTN, and the medications that were falsely documented as having been given were Eliquis, Insurance, and Entresto, and Sotalol, which were vital for his diagnosis. The resident was sent to the hospital with signs and symptoms of CDA, left side hemi paralysis, increased slurred speech, decreased mobility. He was discharged on 4/15/2022 in the evening and returned to this community.
Please turn to MSBN 19 and identify the document.
Exhibit B7 is an email from the executive director at that time to the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Please summarize the contents of these emails. It looks like there's one or two on that page. Summarize the emails.
In summary, these emails were to the Board of Nursing from the executive director, indicating that the documents that were requested, which were the face sheet for resident CB, resident GB, a termination report for the respondent, a job description, her employment dates, and a schedule for the respondent, specifically for the month of April 2022.
Please turn to MSBN 21 and identify the document for the record.
MSBN 21 is a face sheet or resident information for resident CB.
And what about, page 23, we identify the document for the record.
Page 23 is a resident information fact sheet for resident GB.
Now, we were also told that, there was another resident, CH, was his face sheet also included in the document? Yes. Turn with me now to page 25. You identify this document for the record.
This is a copy of a prepackaged medication that was found on the cart for resident CH. The date is April 13th, 2022, for both packages, prepackaged medication.
Would you please read the entry and the medications that were listed? I would like you to include the time, the date, and the name of the medication.
Okay. Theramis is dated for April 13th, 2022, for resident CH, and it's 8:00 a.m. On the second card is resident CH, time 5 p.m., 4/13/2022. It's for Eliquis, at 5 p.m. in Tresdo. For 5 o'clock and, Solvasol for 5 o'clock.
And these were all, for resident CH, correct?
That's correct.
Now, these were also the medications that were listed in the complaint, the email complaint received. So
That's correct.
please turn to page 26 and identify that document.
Page 26, B8 is an email from Sandy Fallon, who was executive director, to the Board of Nursing. Can you please read that email? Yes. Says Ms. Davis, attached are the MARs for 3 residents whose medication were documented as given and were not. I also have an actual medication in my possession. Mr. Jameson would like to have all the attachments I have forwarded to you. If you need more information, please let me know. And it was signed by the executive director.
Yeah, so move to page 27 and identify that document for the record.
Page 27 is the medication administration record for patient CH.
And what, if anything, do you notice about this particular document?
On this particular document, on April 13th, there are 4 circles and highlights.
And what are these entries highlighted in circle? What do they?
That, the initials are that's the nurse that administered the medication for this particular patient.
And whose initials are circled and highlighted?
The initial circle and highlighted are the initials for the respondent. Let's see.
Now, what are the medications, dates, and times that appear to be signed out that coincide with those highlighted signatures? So let's start with the Eliquis.
On Eliquis for 4/13, I see Wesley Smith's initials signing it out at 5:00 p.m.
And what about the interest though?
In Tresco on 4/13, it's the respondent's initials, and it's at 5 p.m.
And the Sotalol,
And Sotalol has the respondent's initial, and it's signed out at 5 p.m.
and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, the there.
I see on 4/13, the respondent's initial signing it out at 8:00 a.m.
So what's anything are significant about these particular entries?
The entries that are on this MAR are the same entries that were referred to in the email from the executive director, indicating that these prepackaged medications were discovered on the cart and unopened.
So tell me to page 34. And identify the document. for the record.
B9, page 34, is an incident report for resident CH.
And will you please read the section that starts with on 4/14/2022?
Okay, on 4/14/2022 at 8:15 AM, resident CH was observed with right side hemoparalysis and increased dysphagia. 911 call, resident transported to hospital and admitted with possible CVA. After the resident transported, complaint from staff resulted in an investigation that revealed meds dated 4/13/2022, scheduled for 5 PM. Prior date were not given, however, was signed out as given by Nurse Leslie Smith LPN. They were signed at 5:57 PM as administered. Nurse placed on suspension pending investigation of med error / documentation error. Self-report to MSVH completed 4/15/2022 is 12:41, and the executive director signed.
Yeah, will you please turn to MSBN 36 and identify the document?
MSBN 36 is an email from the wellness director.
Will you please summarize this, section written from the director?
Yes, so on April 14th, agency nurse, that worked the PM shift at the Lake texted her a photo of medications and stated, why hasn't his 5 PM why weren't his 5 PM meds given? They're very important, high risk meds. Upon further examination, the medications were labeled for patient CH. At that time, she instructed the wellness director instructed that agency nurse to place the packages in her office and she would investigate them. And when the wellness director entered the building at 8:15 on 4/14, from the memory care side, she was approached by 2 PAs and the business director. They all stated that resident CH was not acting himself and had been up all night. The wellness director asked, where was the nurse? And they indicated that they could not get in touch with that nurse. They had paged the nurse and she had not responded to them. The wellness director went to assess the patient and noted acute right side facial droop, slight side leaning, and hemoparalysis, worsening slurred speech. And they immediately took the vital signs and called 911, and the patient was transferred to the ER.
I want you to read a portion of this, statement, starting with when nurse entered the office.
Okay, when nurse entered the office and was confronted by Sandra Farrell, ED, and myself, nurse did not deny allegations of not administering ordered medications and did not deny pre-filling medication stating, I guess I have fallen short. Nurse.
So they met with the nurse, according to the statement. They met with her and she didn't really give admission, but she stated, I guess I'm falling short.
That's good.
And if you would please turn back with me to MSBN 29 and identify the document.
MSBN 29 is a medication administration record for CB.
And what, if anything, do you notice about this particular one?
On this mark for patient CB, on 410, there's a circle and highlight on 2 lines with that respondent's initials, and on 413, for that same resident CB, the respondent's initials are circled and highlighted.
Now, please read the medications, times and dates listed for these individuals.
Okay, on 410, the respondent signed out Levo for resident CB at 4 PM.
on 413 for resident CB. The respondent signed out Lebo at 4 p.m. And then if you go down for the same resident on 410, the respondent signed out Lebo at 11 a.m. And also on 412 at 11 a.m., the respondent signed out Lebo for this resident.
And I will document it as administered, the facility stated in several statements, that these medications were still found.
That's correct.
Turning quickly now to MFB and 31, what is this?
Really convenient.
MSBN 31 is a medication administration record for resident GB.
And what, if anything, do you notice about this particular, mark, the medication prescription?
31.
Or, 31, or throughout the entire mark? There's a difference.
Page 32 for resident GB administration record. I see that there are the respondents' initial or circled and highlighted for 413.
And what was the, wouldn't this be medication, time, and date for that entry as well?
Okay, for this patient, it was Carafate. And Carafate on 413, the respondent signed it out at 11:30 a.m. And Carafate was also signed out for the same resident at 4:30 on 413.
And again, although documented as administered, the facility, stated that these medications were still found.
That's correct.
Now, turning with me to MFB in 37. You have that. Please identify the doctor.
Okay, MSBN 37 is a suspension notice for Leslie Smith.
And will you please read the investigation information?
Investigation information states that on 4/13/2022, medication pads, failure to give meds as ordered, signing for meds not given, and pre-poured meds.
And is this suspension notice signed?
It is.
Okay, now,
It is signed by the respondent and also by the executive director.
and what is the date, of signature?
The date of signatures for this suspension notice was April 14th, 2022.
Now, please turn to MSB in 39 and identify the document.
MSBN 39 is a witness statement by the executive director.
Please, summarize this statement for the meeting.
On 4/14/2022 at 5:30 p.m., the executive director called Leslie Smith LPN to ask for a written statement regarding the incident with resident CH med error and pre-pouring meds. According to the executive director, she asked repeatedly, "Are you going to report me to the Mississippi Board of Nursing?" And they got through that conversation. And then, she told, the executive director told her that it would be reportable, and at that point, Ms. Smith declined to give a statement. And she gave her 2-week resignation.
And, please turn with me to page 40. And just for purposes of the record, I think the this document, I believe we referred to it earlier, but I want to make sure that we get it.
Yes, this is a patient information or fact sheet for resident CH.
Now, finally, turn with me to page 41, and identify the document.
Page 41, exhibit B10 is a written statement from the respondent to the Mississippi Board of Nursing investigative staff. Yes. Good morning, Ms. Posse. I'm contacting concerning the blanket medication. I administered the medication on the date in question. The drawers had leftover medication for patients ended. Residents went on past infused medications, or they were so short-staffed, medication was forgotten and left in the drawer. I was taught give only first to empty the drawers in case pharmacy came. The facility has been through an administrative change at least 4 to 5 times, and agency staffs that I know because I've done both.
Yeah, in reviewing this statement given to the board, in October 2024, in the statement that Ms. Fairley, wrote, did she mention anything about, administration of old medication in the statement, given in 2022?
No.
Now, based on your review of this record, does it adequately substantiate the charges that outlined in the complaint against Ms. Fairley regarding non-administration of medication?
Yes.
Was that because the space for that?
No, it does not, and at the time it was asked, the board had any questions for you, but it's fine.
There are no other ways.
I have another.
Sorry, this time, so there are no questions. Thank you. State technology.
I'd like to call Dr. Priscilla Burns.
I'm solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
State your name again and correct place of employment for the record.
My name is Priscilla Burks, and I'm in Mississippi.
And how long have you been employed by the board?
6 years.
Can you briefly describe your educational background?
Educational, I have a bachelor's of science in nursing, a bachelor's in education, and a PhD in education.
And I know you've already said this, but what is your current role or title?
I am the director of site diversity.
And have you had an opportunity to review the record of this matter?
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about patient care and medication. Are you familiar with the following medications, Eliquis, Entresto, and I pronounce it Theranos, and Saltalol?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with these medications?
Well, in the past, teaching in much of the conferences, this medication. Eliquis is utilized to prevent people from having clots and strokes. Entresto is a combination of it's used to help the heart pump. Okay. Theranos is a multivitamin and a serum, and a person needs sufficient supplements that they really not receive value. And then the Saltalol is a beta blocker. That is used to, and of course, it can have very serious.
What conditions are these medications commonly used to treat?
Hypertension, cardiac disease, again, strokes, those things.
If let's turn me to MSD 40. That is already been identified as the base sheet for resident CH. Have you had an opportunity to review this document? Yes. And will you read resident CH diagnosis?
Its diagnosis is AKI, Alzheimer's, dementia, PAD, which is autoimmune disease, hypercholesterolemia, hypertension, and ACV.
And what are the potential consequences if a patient does not receive the medications, Entresto, Theranos, Saltalol, and Eliquis as prescribed?
They'll begin to exhibit symptoms that those medications are prescribed.
Can you explain what those symptoms would be?
What other fears of patients, for example, with elements. You can expect that person to exhibit signs and symptoms of struggle with the investor, they can have a little fluid, not sure if they are positive multiplying, that person may display which will be seen in the last thing in the phone line. That person can have some chest pain, some dysfunction, elevated heart rate, those types of things.
Asking on to GMP in 36. And there is a sentence that starts on the page with, I went to assess resident. See that? Will you read that sentence for, into the record, please?
It says, I went to assess resident and noted right side patient group, right side room and research and nursing services.
Are these, I guess, types of the consequences for a patient, let's say, not receiving his prescribed medication, for the types of diagnoses that residents see HN?
They are the signs and symptoms that is indicative of a person that may be considered eligible.
Turning back now to MSB in 40. What if anything, oh, excuse me, not 40, 41. What if anything stands out to you about the respondent's statement contained in this exhibit regarding giving old or unused medications?
Well, when she talks about, that's a good one. If the worst has leftover medication, the patient could be in the residence, could be on the past, could be on the medications, or they social staff medications, or they're providing them from the door. I was taught here, old first to enter the door in the case pharmacy.
Is this normal protocol for facilities?
In terms of when you deal with medications, one of the things that nurses talk is the foundation of medications is the rights of medication administration. In terms of rights of medication administration, I want to make sure that you have the right patient and you're given the medication at the right time, the right dose. So with that, the medications you're given, you check the medication, you look at that dose, you look at that date and that time. If those things do not add up, then you get medications or you notify them. For example, the medication says that meds was left in the food. Most people think, these are substances that have to be accounted for. But routine medications should be accounted for as well. So if there was medications left, that means that individual did not receive the medication that's something left. And what was the rationale for that individual not receiving that medication? Again, if there's medications that are not accounted for, we can't do what happens to them. Those things need to come back to pharmacists, so pharmacists can make that adjustment. Because not only do you deal with the individual who may not receive the medication, you get into the point of the person being charged for medication, which now falls into the insurance and the investment. The second part of that is also, again, is, once you get the rules and things of pharmacy, that is our accountability process. Pharmacy is there to make sure the medications are given and they're given.
So in your opinion, is that the standard of care, or is this explanation regarding the old medication in the what is the standard of care for nurses to give old or outdated medication?
You like your outdated medication, you're the reason that it's.
So in your opinion, is response assertion of the medication, is this true?
In terms of the reason why.
The reason why medication was untrue.
No.
I couldn't even look at this.
At this time,
Yes, but they raised it. Briefly about it. We believe that we presented evidence that Ms. Smith is doing with charges as outlined in her complaint. She was, the respondent, is guilty of number one, acting in a manner that is inconsistent with the health and safety of the person's own care. That easily we make the burden and that she's guilty of generally accepted standards of nursing. And that she, in a repeatedly negligent manner, made incorrect or inconsistent entries in essential entries on records. At this time, we ask that the board panel take whatever disciplinary action is still inappropriate under these sections.
Okay, we are back on the record, 3:54 p.m. The board has completed its deliberation, was out of the executive session. We're going to announce the board's holdings. Doesn't matter. First will be the Wesley Smith case, which is case number 2022-0297, conference number 2315377. The board has determined that the respondent was guilty of the three charges stated in the complaint. The license, Wesley Spencer be suspended for 90 days. Following conditions shall apply to the previous. Within the 90 days of the order, the respondent is to take and complete a confession of county court of nurses to for 4.5 months credit, and ethical decision for 15 months credit, and documentation for nurses consisting of 17. After compliance, license will remain restricted for 12 months. Following conditions apply to that. Shall be in-state only. He has to maintain contact with the license, must show compliance with the file of the conditions of the verification of the result. In addition to that, you must perform a weapon. It will be a fine of $500 to be paid in any public from the day we go. Just at a conference with the requirements of the it's finally released, executing unnecessary releases to be the record. So, you should have a single state license law. And must maintain current license, and any notice of change must be given to the board. Of course, any non-compliance may result in the application of audit. And it shall cause hearing. The next matter the board has deliberated on the side is the vote landward. List of this case number 2025-0850 with the license number 89692. The board has determined that Mr. Hendricks' license shall be revoked. She is determined to be guilty of counts 1 through 3 of this alleged in the complaint. As to count 4, the board is determined that with insufficient evidence in the record to support the determination for that claim. Essentially, that's there are a number of agreements that have been accepted that are not in the record. The Lovett and the 88065 has been accepted. The Valley KAF license number 337 Gossip P-322806 is accepted. Francis P-35366 is accepted. Overall P-38269 is a voluntary statement that's accepted. Bass is a part 896-870, that's a voluntary statement that's accepted. And finally, the Nash ASP part 99262, there should be a valid concern issue. This time we have included the minutes and change the motion to adjourn. Second.